Pressing a no. And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this Solus Hackfest, where Bryan and I will be working on tooling and the website and Cuppa and all sorts of good stuff. So obviously keep watching and see as those toolings progress. So I'll actually hand it off to Bryan to talk about what Cuppa is.
Yeah, so Cuppa.
Hello.
You can hear me, right?
You're like, so Kaa, and then that was it.
I apparently have to really push down on my control key. Sorry. So
Nice.
there's nothing particularly novel about Cuppa and its purpose, but basically, as a package maintainer, it takes a lot of time to keep up with every little piece of software that you're responsible for. And so some other projects, they might have some sort of centralized thingamahoosit that goes out and scrapes the interwhos to figure out what's the latest version of every single thing in the universe. But that's usually very project specific. It requires some sort of central infrastructure, and I don't really see the need for it. So I decided, how hard would it be, Ike's favorite phrase, to go out and write a tool that from the command line could look at an arbitrary link to some piece of software's tarball, GitHub repository, you name it, and just tell you what the latest version is, and then leave it up to you to figure out whether that is a version you should update to or something else. But it kind of helps with the discovery process. And then later on, we'll be integrating it into the Solus tooling so that we'll be able to say, hey, for this particular package, is there a newer version than what we already have? If so, please tell me. And then we can just have a very quick report that goes through, tells us all the things that might need updates, and then we can just go to town on that.
And what I'm hoping for is by us moving soon to Diffusion, which is sort of the Git repo. Well, it's a generic repo management, but we're obviously going to be using it for Git because we have standards. It's the repo management application in Fabricator. And because we'll be shifting to that, there's a lot of APIs and triggers we can take advantage of. And I'm hoping one of those things we could do is an on commit one where if we push a commit to a package, it'll be like, hey, you know, there's an updated one. You might want to investigate updating to that or something.
Yep.
Maybe it'll nag us to shift gears and update some major components a lot more often.
Yeah, and I'm to kick off a test build to see if anything breaks, and then we can just hit go to push it to the repository. That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah.
But that also requires some more info that we don't quite have yet. So who knows? We'll cross these bridges as we get to them.
Indeed.
But to date with Cuppa.
Yeah, you cut out again, but
Really?
yeah.
How hard do I have to push down this key?
I don't
It's
know,
ridiculous.
but maybe you need to clean your keyboard, man.
It's, you know what it is? This is not a mechanical keyboard.
Oh, there's your problem right there.
This is so for those of you who don't know, I have been using the same keyboard for like the last 4 years, and I haven't been able to get myself to change, which is a terrible thing because there are much better keyboards in the universe than what I use, which is a Microsoft 4000 keyboard.
My God.
It's one of the ergonomic wave style ones. I prefer it because of the angle that it puts my wrist at, but I also don't type like a normal human being, so don't take my advice, and it's definitely not an endorsement for Microsoft. So I don't know. At some point in the future, probably what I'll end up doing is building a mechanical keyboard, and I do mean building.
Right.
Like,
yeah. There's actual PCBs you could buy. And you wire in the diodes, and you put the switches on and all that stuff. Yeah. I'm sub to mechanical keyboards. I look at all the stuff on there on subreddit.
So I'm a weirdo, and I probably actually wouldn't use one of the off the market boards.
I wouldn't
because I actually like the curvature of the Wave keyboard. So as sadistic and, or not even sadistic, as masochistic as it sounds, I might actually attempt to recreate the same layout with mechanical switches.
Well, I have seen actually a lot of this is probably not something you're going for, but it might give you an idea. Something I see a lot on mechanical keyboards is a split ergonomic keyboard where,
Yeah.
yeah, which that looks trippy as fuck. I don't know how anyone could type on that, but apparently people do.
So a long time ago in the Mac keyboards, and I can't remember the exact vendor that makes them. Let me see if, or made them. There are many different ways to build a keyboard, and there were a particular set of ergonomic keyboards that actually did have a split set of panels, and they were actually something that you could buy as a commercially available thing, but it never really took off, which is kind of disappointing when you think about it, because there's a lot of really interesting ergonomic studies into what layouts are better, and not just like Dvorak versus QWERTY and things, but just also like the physical placement of the keys. Um, so we should probably in 2017 start exploring that stuff again, because it's not new research. It was all done in like the 80s, and you can't tell me that just like a flat candy bar style keyboard is the best thing for your hands. Replace my keyboard and I won't have to hold down the control key. That was that side
Yeah,
John.
yeah.
So back to Cuppa.
Right.
To date, I have implemented support for CPAN, which is all the Perl things in the universe. I do need to go back through and add a couple of other link styles for that, because I made the assumption that you were coming from, I think it was Meta CPAN, and there's two other entry points into the CPAN backend. I also have support for GitHub, not to be confused with Git support. We'll get to that. For GitHub through their APIs, JetBrains, I can actually pull down any of their things directly, which is useful for updating the third-party stuff, because I can just always go out and look for the new thing, which at some point I should actually update those. But and then we also have support now for PyPy for most of the Python stuff. The rest of it I think we'll find is in GitHub. And then Ruby Gems, which will cover quite a few things. So today what I'm going to be working on is doing probably the hackage / stackage support, because I think those both have the same API. I'll double check that. And we do have a number of pieces of software now that are coming off of Launchpad. So I'd like to see if we can't also work that into the system, because they have an API. It's an interesting design. It requires several queries to get the information that we need for this particular use, but I'm hoping that won't be too much trouble to work in. So probably I'm going to start working on hackage and then move on to that. And if I somehow get through those two things today, then I'll probably work on either FTP or Git support. I think Git will actually be the easier of the two.
Yeah, and I'm just doing the really boring thing of working on I'm going to be attempting to work on multilingual support for the website. And I know it's not going to go well, because it's a complete clusterfuck to deal with under Hugo, it seems. Because you're not only dealing with each individual string, of course, that you're doing, which is normal, but it's not through like the GNU, like PO or POP, whatever the fuck the format's called. It's not through that, so it uses like a Go I18N package for parsing the strings. And then, of course, you have to deal with all the custom YAML stuff. But, of course, they don't document the YAML equivalent. They document their TOML config format, their special format. So,
Gotcha.
So I got to deal with that. So, because I got impatient and I didn't want to wait until today to start working on the table of contents stuff. So,
completely valid.
How's your? I assume your migraine's gone by now.
Yeah, my migraine is gone.
That's good.
So that is a much better, much happier place for me to be right now.
Yeah. And looking over this multilingual support, something I was really worried about is it would change all the pages to like a page name .en whatever, but it appears as though if I set the default language, which actually it is already set to English, it won't change our default pages, and it would just add like a .fr or something to the end of that URL. So that way our existing pages don't break and we still gain the multilingual support, which is nice. But it also means we could gradually add multilingual support for various languages too. So,
as a shout out to our friends in IRC, for anyone who's not aware, you can go to Freenode and go to #Solus-Livestream, and we are currently available there for questions and comments. Going out to him, Allright17, we are using multiple streams through YouTube's multi-camera support, so you can actually switch between the two of us.
yep. So if I'm doing something really boring, which is most of the time, I'm just staring at documentation, you could switch over and look at Bryan's stuff because it's going to be far more interesting.
I hope.
I hope so too. So I guess let's get started.
Okay. So I'm presently trying to figure out the versions API for Hackage.
Right now, I am trying to figure out how this is supposed to be formatted, this config stuff, for multilingual for YAML.
Oh wow, it actually can give back the results as both HTML and JSON by the looks of it.
Yeah, I like how this Go, so this Go I18N package apparently uses a JSON format for the translations. And it's like, to use a different file format, and I was like, oh, I'm getting super excited, write a parser for the format. I was like, fuck you.
Which HTTP client have you been using your daily breaking of the things?
Oh, HTTP prompt.
Okay, so that one you have to be pretty
Verbose with, yeah.
I had thought I had that installed, but apparently it isn't.
Just replaying. I do want to make note, and I don't think this is a policy we have in in Livestream, in the Livestream channel. But if you try to join any of the other channels with a web client, it will not work. So don't try. It will claim you're banned. You're not. Use a real client like HexChat. The reason why we do that is spam protection, and because there might be individuals that come in and start harassing others or making rude or stupid remarks. And because they're using a web client, that might mean they have a more dynamic address, which means we can't ban them. They could just refresh their browser as, for an instance, and start at it again. So we just decided to blacklist them entirely. So I'm just dealing with someone in Solus that was questioning why. So.
I'm having to Google the manual because apparently, oh, it's a hyphen, or not a hyphen, it's a colon. Who does that?
What?
I was trying to figure out why I couldn't set the header type and it was just being done.
No.
The universe hates me. I'm using the wrong header, aren't I?
Maybe.
Is it content type on the outgoing or on the returning that you set the MIME for?
You set it outgoing, I believe. I mean, you could set it both ways, but if you're sending a request, then you set like content type is application/JSON as an example.
Right, and then I want the response to come back in JSON.
Sure, but that's up to the actual server sending the request back as to what it actually replies with.
See, I thought there was a header that you could specify. It is the accept header. That's why. I should know this. There we go. Is that so hard? Yeah, and as I suspected, the normal page only comes back in HTML. So all it will give me is a preferred versions hash and then a set of numbers which look to be ordered.
I'd like to remind people that if you want to ask questions, do not do it in #Solus. If it's live stream regarding, if it's regarding what we're doing in the live stream, or if you're expecting an immediate response, do it in #Solus-livestream. Not #Solus. Thank you.
Okay, well, the good news is that the versions seem to always be ordered. So I don't have to care about that. Woohoo! All right, so now I can get the name of the version, so I need to get information about the version.
And I'm going to need to change completely the way I'm doing the menu generation. So, yay.
Woohoo.
It's going to have to be like a weird hybrid of the existing menu system, which is like an identifier, an URL, and a wait, but mixing it with the I18N support, so the identifiers have to match on for both of those, and then pulling in the string based on the ID. But I have no idea if any of this will work, so. Because there is like a menus system that's multilingual, that has like multilingual mode, but it looks like ass. So I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. Unless Hugo's gonna force me to.
Which it could.
Which it probably does, yeah. I mean, I have no idea how this stuff is going to be translatable in the first place. Like, I'm not sure if there is, because I know for almost 100% certainty that there's no, I'm just going to say PO. Actually, let's look it up before I embarrass myself anymore. Please tell me there's actually portable object. Okay, so it's a .po. It's a portable object file. So I know there's no go I18N to portable object file conversion. So I'm really hoping Transifex supports like the weird YAML format, but I doubt it. But I also need to look into writing a parser for Highlight.js that's based on their YAML parser for the Solus packaging specific YAML, the crazy stuff we do. Because otherwise it doesn't format it correctly, so I had to disable it for YAML. Which is a shame, because it's actually the reason why I was mainly introducing it, but...
Okay, so if I query for the upload time, I'll get the date that the tarball was put up. So that covers one of the fields. Gonna have to do a lot of queries for some of these.
Transifex does support YAML. My fucking god, yes. Oh, thank Christ. Well, except obviously not him directly, but... or indirectly for that matter. Just a saying, but anyways. Let's see. Yeah, Cyber, that's kind of the reason why I opened it up in the browser that's off the screen. I do that with everything. Let's see, so... okay, I'm going to trust you on this one. Okay. Any portable object, YAML, xlif, or any other. Oh my god, yes. Oh, it makes me so happy to hear that. Because that means I won't have to deal with any of the Go I18N stuff directly. I could just do it all through Hugo's support.
Nice. Okay, it looks like I can get the tarball, so I should have all the bits that I need.
Nice. I was doing this multi-select thing, and apparently if you accidentally right-click and then you left-click to, like, I don't know, get back to trying to multi-select, it drops all your multi-selects, so you have to do all that shit all over again.
Oof. Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking a lot. I'm forgetting some things.
Well, it's kind of what it's like. Wait,
Yeah,
all
it's a
that for indentation. Yep, because it's YAML, it uses spaces, so I have to be very
cheeky.
precise with that.
Looks like this is using the Unix date for time, so I can use that to parse it.
I'm really starting to hate this menu stuff. Control plus brackets in the Sublime world.
This might actually be the most complicated of the providers that I've had to write so far, which is kind of weird.
Oh man, this YAML looks ugly as fuck. I'm almost wondering if I should switch this over to TOML. But then again, I'm wondering if then I could mix YAML for all the other data, so I don't have to switch everything over to TOML. I get the feeling that's not viable. Just wondering how it generates the multilingual stuff. Let's see, does it state it? Because if it goes through and just recursively sets the like the default language and then builds against that, it might be viable for me not to have their funky menu system. I mean, I guess I could try to rip all this apart, and if it doesn't work, that's what Git's for. Just check out the stuff I need.
That's pretty stupid.
What's up?
For the Haskell, or for Go's HTTP client, you have to use the do function instead of get if you want to give it a content type.
Hmm.
Because you can't set the accept header unless you create a custom thing, I guess. Because it's what I've been using for this project, Penwaffle. I just
Have you
use
really been
Nano.
coding in Nano? I haven't even looked.
Yeah, I've been coding in Nano.
My God, you're a monster. I mean, that is totally a valid decision, and you should totally not be using something like Micro, which totally isn't way better.
Har 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 har. All right, so this process is a little bit convoluted. Basically, you have to get a new request that may or may not error depending on how it parses the URL, and then you have to set the header to a map of string array string, and then you can set the headers, and then you can call http.do and should do all the bits.
Christ.
Yeah, it's good, right? And that's just the first step. That's just getting the list of versions.
And all I'm doing here is editing a YAML file. Super, super difficult stuff. Oh, any which way I do this is going to be a complete clusterfuck.
Sounds like par for the course.
Because up until now, I've just been worrying about the strings of like the translation to the ID. But then I was like, oh yeah, if these are URLs, you kind of need the fucking URL. So where am I going to put that? So I'm thinking I need a params thing, which means it's just going to be as messy as the menus thing that I was working on. So, or the menus thing that Hugo proposes you do, which looks like ass in YAML. Let's see. Is there a way I could just specify in my config to just use, okay, so there's config.toml, but then there's the metadata format of YAML. And I have the strange feeling that I can't intermix TOML and YAML.
Didn't you run into that before?
I believe so. That does sound similar or familiar, doesn't it? Right. Let's see. Please tell me someone has an example of multilingual support for menu in YAML. No results found. Well, that's fucking lovely. Because the whole idea of us using YAML was so there wouldn't be a context switch between the formats of TOML and like if we're doing packaging and then for whatever reason we then start working on the website, at least the format would be similar. I wonder what the headers are like for, is it front matter? Oh, that's nasty. The TOML format for the front matter, which is like the metadata at the top of the files, is way more verbose than YAML. I don't like it. And it'll also be a complete bitch to convert everything. Because if there's one thing I know for certain, it's that I refuse to do the menu stuff that they want for multilingual in YAML. Because it's hard to track like the proper indentation you're doing And because YAML uses spaces, it's like, okay, is that actually 4 spaces right there, or is that 5? Then you have to track it down, and Hugo, when it's compiling, isn't verbose enough to be like, you have 1 extra space on this this menu main thing that you have. That's how Hugo sounds, if it were to speak. I get the feeling that I'm gonna have to convert all the stuff to. Oh, and then I'm gonna have to update the indexer. No, because it assumes the YAML format as well. Because part of the regex thing it trims the metadata out before it passes it on to our parser and indexer thing. Fuck. And I thought this was going to be easy. Sorta. I thought, okay, all I need to do is like add some strings to like I18N and then call it. And it'll be fine. But no, that's not how that works.
Never is.
Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check out the config.yaml again because I've completely fucked that up. And we're back to square one. Okay, thanks for randomly opening that file, Visual Studio Code. I might be able to leverage this indent using spaces thing to make sure this is going to be correct. Okay, I think that worked. Maybe. Yeah, no.
Alrighty, so now I just need to make a random HTTP client because apparently, in their infinite wisdom, the Go guys decided that it wasn't important that the default HTTP client support all the same methods as everything else. GG.
Line 56, unexpected key. Line 57, unexpected key.
It compiled, so that's a step forward. And my regex worked.
Woohoo.
Been writing too many glob matches. I'm making silly mistakes now.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I would understand regex, but eventually I started doing so much of it for, like, Hugo and just Go in general that I've kind of gotten a knack for it at this point.
Ah, did I really?
Wait, what? Actually, didn't it yell at me? Is this working? No. No, that didn't work at all. Okay, wow, I have no menus now. Oh wait, no, I have it in the footer, just not in the header.
Wow, it's been way too long since I've done this.
That's because I fucked up the header one, that's why. Okay, so that's a thing.
Fun fact, it's not star dot, it's dot star.
Yep. What did you do?
Star dot.
Okay, well, I mean, I think I have that languages thing working. I still don't like how it's doing the... this is just never-ending frustration here. Because I want it to use the I18N, like English.yaml file that I have, rather than having duplicate translations across the menus and the en.yaml. I wonder if I just put the... Okay, maybe that's the solution. I'm wondering if I drop the identifiers, unless those are needed. I'm starting to hate Hugo.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just starting to become way too restrictive as to how it wants me to do things in a very specific manner. And if I want to get creative, like if I wanted to use paginator where it doesn't like it, it will yell at me. Just as an example. Or like this translation shit. Everyone's like, make the website translatable. And at this point, it'd be easier for them just to fucking learn English. Although I don't actually expect them to. It's not reasonable at all. Although I assume they already know English anyways because they're going to be translating the website. Whatever. Alright, let's check the stream stuff. Stream stuff is fine. Cool. Because what I assume Hugo is doing here is it's setting some sort of like the default language flag, which is why it makes you specify languages.en. So then what it's doing is when it's generating each language independently, it's overriding the default language to generate the language specific stuff. And then maybe what it's doing is it's getting all the values of the menu, mapping it based on say languages and then the index being say en, or languages and the index or like the key being de as an example. If any of that makes any sense. So if we think of it as a traditional like Golang map, right? You have, or in this case, it would actually be a Golang map string, and then it would be of a map string interface. Fuck. I hate this.
That hurts to think about.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way I could implement still using the menu system, but not taking into account the name, like using the actual .name value as the link title, but then calling the i18n thing, if that would work.
Cyber, I'm making mistakes left and right in regex because I just haven't done it in long enough. That's really what it is.
Do you want a tip? regexer.com. It's actually, it's how honestly, I learned regex.
I usually use Rubular, but I honestly don't even know what I'm doing wrong right now, so I'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, you know, just thought if you need to get a refresher on regex, then that's a really easy way of doing it.
Okay, now we're making progress. Could not get latest happy. Code 2. Code 2 is an error code that I should know what it is. See, I debated really hard with myself when I set all this up as to whether or not I should just follow.
Follow what? Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Hi. Follow what?
For son of a gun. I should have just followed HTTP status codes and called it a day, but instead I used enumerated types, so. It was actually, the regex was working the last time that I did it. I just didn't notice because the readout was the same color as it usually is. Oops. So now it's just complaining because it doesn't seem to be able to get the second request, I think.
I wonder if the identifier is required. I really get the feeling that I'm not getting much work done. I'm not going to make any progress today. I'd really recommend people watch Bryan's camera. This would be way more interesting.
I'm having just as many problems. So
Liar.
I am. I'm just not talking about it. To be fair, most of these problems are self-induced. So
Well, in a way, by me selecting Hugo as the thing for our website, these problems are self-induced as well.
that is true.
And for me using, actually, it's more self-induced not by the fact that I chose Hugo, but by the fact that I chose YAML as the metadata and config format. I think if I would have stuck with TOML, it actually would be fine. Because then I could have just simply written a TOML to YAML and vice versa, of course, converter. So when I wanted to upload the stuff that needs to be translatable to transifex, I would just convert it to YAML and then upload that, and then convert it back down when I sync it. Which is still an option, but if I'm going to be doing all that conversion, I'm not going to be doing it on stream, because that'd be very mind-numbing.
I got a legitimate 400 error. Bad request.
I think it'd be faster for me just to check this out again. All right, take 3.
I swear to God, if that's what the problem is, I'm going to be angry at you. So hard go. Oh. Yep. So apparently, if you use the do method and you don't type the HTTP as a uppercase verb, it will be angry with you.
Wow.
So now I get code found, which is a much happier place to be.
I18N not initialized. Check that you have the language file in I18N that matches the site language. Oh, it's because I have the language code set to en-us by default. Wow, did that work? No, that didn't work at all.
What? Okay, so it generated the correct URL. And I still...
We're both just having a great day.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
literally...
because... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I realized it's because for whatever reason I accidentally created the i18n folder in the content folder and not in the root of the project. So I'm a fucking dumbass.
Waka waka. Because I'm following Go's documentation on how to do this.
Hey. Okay, that wasn't... I needed to update the footer stuff.
Oh, did I? Let's try this.
There we go. Oh my god, there's hope in the stream on my side of it anyways, after all. Right, okay, hey, Cyber, can you help me out for a sec? Let me know. I'm gonna chuck, by the time you hear this anyways, I'm gonna chuck a Haspin link at you, and it's gonna have the en.yaml. Can you convert that to, or at least convert some of it to your language? Which I'm ashamed to say I don't remember what it is. Is it Slovakian? I don't know. Or is that Plaz? Too many
Well,
people, too many different languages. Anyways.
I think...
And chuck me the language code as well. Because I'm not going to throw it up on Transifex yet. There. Because I just want to test if the multilingual generation stuff actually works. Because I think...
Sorry, Cyber.
Blaz is Slovenian. Okay. Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I feel like I insulted you and Blaz and...
Well, they're all in the Balkans, right? I think. That part of Europe, my geography is not so good.
I'm going to refrain from commenting. I've insulted them enough already.
I'm asking because I'd rather know and stop being ignorant, but not that I'm accusing you of
Wow.
being ignorant.
Fuck you. What an asshole. Okay, so I was right at least with the Slovakian. Okay. I'm actually half Slovak, half Hungarian. Okay, see? I at least get half a point. Maybe a third because I fucked up everything else. Actually, it's probably about a fourth because I introduced Blaz into that as well, so feels bad, man. So enable missing translation placeholders. Oh, I should update the make file so Hugo will actually yell at me. So it's I18 end warnings. Let's recompile. It's not yelling at me, so it is actually picking up on the English. So actually, if I wonder if I copy paste this. What's your language code, Cyber? Actually, you know what? I'll just start doing finish. It's a way of working. Subfin out there is probably getting insulted by this too, but well, it's time to pull up Suomi-Englanti Sanageria Pistafi. Let's try that. SRRS, okay. See, I never would have guessed that. Though it might be. I'll try that. Also, I have the, where is it? Actually, I can pull it up here. can assume then, oh yeah, should be used instead of apple or apple. Yep, sweet.
I was looking at the wrong batch of code. GG.
Press. No, I'm not gonna know that one. Thank you, Cyber. Right, wow, that's certainly interesting. Now if I go over here, SRRS, and let's do a recompile. It's not yelling at me, so that's good. If I intentionally remove one, like press, it's still not yelling at me.
Finally. I mostly got it to work.
This I18N warnings thing isn't working for me. Okay, so we have EN here. That's normal. Okay, so it's not -v, so I know that. Oh, he corrected a typo. Okay, well, it looked the same to me, whatever. I wouldn't assume there actually was a typo there. Well, I appreciate it, Cyber, but I actually just I wanted a couple examples so I could actually see about getting this working first, before people start piling on translations. But it is appreciated. So it says, there are more than one language defined. The language prefix variable will equal /en, or whatever your current language is. If it's not enabled, it will be an empty string, so it is harmless for single language sites. What the fuck is the URL gonna be? So language files should be named according to RFC 5646. So let's look that shit up. I assume it's the whole lowercase. Oh, yeah, it probably is.
Wow, that's actually surprisingly fast.
How does this...
Hey Josh,
Hey, what?
I can now package.
Nice. And I'm just trying to figure out what the hell this URL is going to be. Maybe, here's an idea. I just look, or I do make deploy, and then I check that.
All right, time to commit all this before the universe conspires against me.
Okay, so it's not actually generating that. That's not very helpful.
Of course, I need to validate something.
Well, that would explain why I can't get the translated version, because it's not created the translating version. Because I find it hard to believe, at least this would be incredibly idiotic on the part of the Hugo guys, that I have to define the language in as like the menu stuff in order for it to detect that the other language is supported. It seems like something that it isn't really a thing. Enable missing trans. Okay, well that's helpful, but only if it was actually fucking translating.
Okay, that's one down. Noise. Should update my report card. Of doing all of this, I haven't gone down in the rank. A plus, green across the board. Woo!
Nice.
I believe that, yeah, that is a stated goal for this project. A plus rating on report card. It's so important.
Okay, don't actually think it's translating.
Alright, so I think I'm going to take a quick walk to get some water.
Okie dokie.
And then I will be right back.
Nope, it's not doing the translation. Why? Why is it not doing the fucking translation? Is there some sort of special thing I need to set that says enable translations? Define the available languages in the languages section near top level. So I do need to set that. With the above config, all content, sitemaps, RSS pagination, and taxonomy pages will be rendered below / in English and below /fr in French. So the language in the top level, okay. Do I need to set it in both places? What the hell is this weight stuff? Okay, I'm gonna try that anyways. So, because it can't really hurt to try, so we'll have a languages thing. English. Weight and title. We'll try finish. Is that valid? I have no idea.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Miss anything?
Nope. Just me doing the usual ranting.
Okay.
Okay, so that actually broke the English version. That's not good. It's not supposed to happen. Oh, I bet it put as EN. Nope.
Oh, I don't think we can have stackage support. Because these are all pre-built Haskell libraries.
I had to Google it. I had to Google what? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I had to double check.
You didn't know I was talking about stackage?
No, I had Googled SRRS just to double check the language before I put in the title to embarrass myself even less, but ironically I forgot to close the tab, so still led to the same end result. Listen, there's a lot of language codes I know. That is not one of them. Unfortunately, the Baltic states, not really something I'm... Anyways. Like Eastern Europe, not really familiar with that much.
I'm on the stack.
You're on the what?
I'm on Stackage, which is deploying Haskell things. Search as Hugo search.
Huh. Okay, if I make deploy. And I look at that.
Enough.
There's only index.html there. Oh, there is a okay, wait, what? No, it's because I stopped loading the thing. Oh, fuck you, what? What do you mean it's not a thing? SRRS. Well, that didn't... What? That didn't do what I wanted it to do. I had my hopes up there for a moment.
Well, it seems a little.
You're breaking up.
Really?
You really, man, replace your keyboard with something good.
Like, I have to, like, force that key down. Like, I get it. It's control, and I use it a lot, but holy hell. So I guess I'm going to move on to Launchpad. Question mark, sad face. Sad not because it's a canonical sponsored service, but sad because it is a pain in the neck.
Don't they have an API though?
They do, and it requires something like 4 queries per version. It's
yeah.
Stupid process, and I have to re-engineer it again because I was dumb enough not to document it last time.
Do I need this enable missing trend? I think I do.
At some point, I should write up documentation on how each of these providers functions so that there's no confusion.
Okay, that still didn't work.
Excuse me. Getting yawny over here, which is stupid because I haven't even been up that long.
I haven't either. Been up, but all but 2 hours. Well,
Wow.
Almost 3. Yeah, my
At this point, because we're coming up on 1,400 hours, I've been here for 4 hours. So actually, that's not true. 3 hours. Have we really already been streaming for 2 hours?
I don't know. I feel bad for the people watching. Just us fumbling around.
Yeah.
This has got to be like the least exciting fucking Hackfest we've ever done. And that's saying something because usually we do packaging.
Yeah. I'm patching.
I mean, let's be honest. This is how it really is when we're coding. Just us. Let's not like try to make some some claim that we're superstars or anything when it comes to coding. It's just like us looking at APIs or documentation being like, what the fuck is this shit? And then
This is how it's done.
Yep.
This is the stupid process that we have to go through.
I mean, Christ, I'm glad people didn't see me working on the help center actually. Well, like working on the table of contents for that. I have no idea why this isn't working.
Just do what I do, blame the universe.
Because it's not generating. It makes it very clear that it will generate a file. So like you have about.md, it would have about.fr, but it doesn't fucking do that. And I checked the like do this in subdir sort of thing, and that doesn't work either. And it breaks English as well, which isn't good. So we can't do that. Because the whole idea was you could add translations and not break your existing stuff.
GG. I base on how bizarre is set up. That'll be my test case.
The IATN warnings thing isn't bitching, and I know for a fact I've removed translations intentionally to try to get that flag to pop up, and it doesn't, so there are some serious drugs that Hugo is on. Where is it doing this? Serving pages from memory. So I imagine there's actually a temp folder. Bunch of VS Code shit in here. Hugo cache, there we go. There ain't shit in there. Oh, wait, they finally translated the whole, documented the underscore index.md thing. Which is important because people always like to bitch that the URL is /home for things. And theoretically, underscore index.md would actually fix that, but they didn't have it documented up to this point, so it's sort of like you had no fucking idea how to actually implement it. Cool, I'll have to look at that later. Yep, last revision, February 22nd, 2017. So you can tell I wasn't lying about it not being documented. Literally right there. Anyways. Right, and I'm on this Hugo thing enough that I remember the last item being example. Okay, do I have some sort of mismatch? Let's see, SR. No, I don't. So I have no idea why it's not. Okay, does it? Okay, maybe Maybe I have to change it from underscore to hyphen. I don't think that's working either. Nope. Let's see. Let's look at their tutorial thing. And maybe there's some insight there. Okay, I might need to do a per language config. So maybe that's my first mistake. I'm using the hyphen instead of underscore. I wonder if Hugo is stateless-ish, where you can define a common set of variables across all the different languages in a config, and then with the per language configs, you just set the attributes or the values that are appropriate for that language. It'd be nice if that is the case. You have a separate domain name for each language. Well, that's not going to happen. I mean, I could set it up probably to have the base URL be different, if that would work. Which it might, actually. Okay, let's try this. Just to double check, underscore yeah.
Sorry for everybody's ears. I didn't mean to do that.
What'd you do?
If you hold down page down for too long, it bleepity bleeps at the end of the last output.
Okay, let's try that. So I think the Hugo stuff needs to be different though. Yeah, you had to pass the config. Bleh, that's no good. I don't like that. I mean, I'll be able to do some sort of hacky thing where we get all the individual configs and then like using find and then exec have the individual make deploy stuff, but for local testing it's going to be a bit of a pain. Let's see. All right, let's see if the finish one works. Actually, no, let's do Serbian. It's so weird though, because the create a multilingual site has the translations in a completely different location. It doesn't have it in the IHN folder.
Wow, I can even get a change log off of the API.
Okay. That's not doing its thing either. It's fucking driving me nuts. I don't think this is really a viable way of doing it either. If I just rename that to SR.
This is really stupid.
Yeah.
They will give you an API link to where to download the tarball from, but they won't give you a link to the actual link that other people would come in through. Like, really? So the process I have to go through is getting a list of all of the series. Each series has a link inside of it to its releases. I have to get the link to that release, which then lets me get a link to the files. And then from, actually, I don't even need to do that. So I need to get, if I have series and releases, then I probably.
I'm breaking up again.
Really?
Yeah.
So I have to go out and get the list of series for a project. So that'd be like your major version number.
Right.
And then I have to get the release, which is the actual final version number for it. Then I have to get the files, it looks like, just so that I can have the date that the file was uploaded.
That's idiotic.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Because apparently, just returning an array where that array would just have different keys with those sorts of values would be too damn difficult.
Oh, and there's no query parameter support.
They should just fucking kill off Launchpad. Christ. What a disaster.
Give us 6 months, we'll end up writing our own. No, we don't have to use it regularly, so that won't happen.
Yep.
All right, so I have a general idea of how to do this now, so I can actually start writing code. This is just really stupid.
I really hope it's not expecting me to have every single markdown file have a language equivalent to it. Which actually would explain why it wasn't generating like the home page. Let's see. Content, home. Maybe. Nope. Yeah, I hate Hugo. Word of advice for anyone watching, as you might have gathered, multilingual support in Hugo is shit. So if you want to make your website multilingual, don't go with Hugo as the freaking static website generator. I don't know how bad it is with Jekyll or however you pronounce it, but not like I'd switch over to that because, Ruby, but
You got the pronunciation right this time, at least.
did I? I'll fuck it up next time, so. Because I can never remember if there's an R in there or not. And if there is, they pronounce it, or whatever.
It's all good.
If they're going to support multiple formats, they could at least have the courtesy of having their documentation provide the examples in multiple formats. So you know how something is supposed to be structured, say, for YAML, even though they only provide the TOML. Otherwise, it just makes it feel like a second-class citizen.
I'm not sure there's a way to get the latest.
Oh, yeah?
Because I don't think they mark it. Nope. They just list the entries. And all I can guess is that the last one is probably the active.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should always be trunk. So then it's probably the second to last entry that I always want, which is stupid. Except no, it can't be the second to last. This is dumb.
I mean, the alternative, you might not like this, but you could
Oh
just
no, there
not support Launchpad.
there is a string Launchpad to ignore it. A status release. So I could probably key on that. Yeah, because if it's status supported, then we actually care about it. If it's status current latest, sorry, I'm looking for what it's actually called, current stable release, then that's going to be latest. I think.
All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna convert it all to TOML
Okay.
and then cry in a corner.
Oops. It happens.
Yeah, right now I'm just fumbling around with regex. Because there's no way now I'm gonna do this all by hand. I mean, I will have to for the configs. Actually, now I think about it. because the titling and all that stuff is different. VS Code is pissing me off.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's files to include thing isn't doing what I want. Yeah, I had to reload the window. Yay, Electron. Yep, no, that's not doing anything I want. It's like the moment I enter the replace thing, it stops doing the actual search. Like, it doesn't actually replace the stuff. It just shows it highlighted. It's annoying. Oh, now it fucking does. What? Yeah, it's using the regex mode. It's weird. Oh, whatever.
Okay, looks like I have it querying series appropriately.
Nice. Man, converting all this to TOML is going to be such a bitch.
If it were easy.
If it were easy, everyone would have a multilingual website.
Yep.
And I can't do a replace all because there are a few instances where we're actually using the triple hyphen, which is sort of the triple hyphen. If you check the help center documentation, you could see it there. That's used in like the YAML version of the header for the markdown files. But I can't use that because obviously in markdown, a triple hyphen is also used as a horizontal rule, which we use in some of the blog posts. So which makes this all very tedious.
Bazaar 2.7.0 has a date released field of 2016 January 31st. It has a date created field of 2016 February 1st. It was released 2 days before it was created.
What?
And this is why I'm going by the file upload date, because
Yeah.
at least that I know there's a chance.
Okay, all that saved. Let's close all those editors. Okay, well that's one step. Let's go to the front matter. Here it is. So it's going to be title equals, description equals, tags is the array, and categories. So it looks like it's actually, for the most part, the same, except me changing the colons to equal marks, or equal symbols, I mean, and then I need to change the categories because the way arrays are in YAML is very different from TOML. So here we go. I don't actually think we're using categories, so let's do author. What about date? Okay. I don't think ID is actually used anywhere. I think that's actually leftovers from the WordPress conversion because they had their own unique IDs for shit. So I could probably go through and remove all that stuff at some point. Next up is probably categories. I don't think there's anything else really. I mean, tags, yes. Maybe? What? Let's see. Yeah, just categories. So that'll be interesting to do. I almost feel like we need to have like some sort of game fest to make up for how totally interesting this Hackfest is.
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Doing a great job, guys. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Indeed, indeed.
I mean, if there's anything to get out of this Hackfest, it's that, we have our heads on straight. We have said before that these items, at least for us, have a certain level of priority, and now you can actually see us following through in real time, working towards those, tackling those issues, and on the positive side at least. What other categories do we have? Releases. Yes, that's one. Okay, so we have, I think, all the categories converted from the YAML list to at least the quotes around the category names. Now we actually need to change the categories thing into an array.
It helps if I actually unmarshal JSON into the right struct.
Yeah, that would probably be helpful.
Oh, sweet Jesus, I have all the things. Yes. Okay, so now I'm able to get all the releases for each version. So now I need to get the tarball for each of those releases.
Yay.
Surely you mean Cubo.
Yeah. I mean, we're aware that our virtualization story is not the best.
So I've actually figured out.
You're breaking up again.
So I think I figured out what most of the problem is with our virtualization support. It's not drivers. It's not anything that you would expect it to be. It's actually getting it to the point that whatever virtualization thing that we're interfacing with has the right settings. So for Kimu, it's really easy because we can set the hardware sound controller and to Intel HD audio, and it just works. If you don't do that, it will not run correctly. I'm not 100% sure why, but it won't. So GNOME Boxes has no way for you to set what the hardware options are for a VM at all. It just says, here's a VM. And without the sound set to Intel HD audio, it can't do it. And so Boxes is just talking to libvirtd in the background and then telling it how to spin things up. But libvirt doesn't know that, hey, I should probably be using Intel HD audio. So a lot of the people who've been having problems with it running with more than one core, that's just part of the story. And actually, most of that seems to still be the Intel audio, even though it's a number of cores for the processor. It's goofy. I haven't quite got it working in Virt Manager yet, but when I do, I'll know exactly what settings we need to have for Kimu. I just don't know how to tell Boxes to do it. True story.
I get the feeling that my issues with VS Code right now is it doesn't appear to support multi-line regex stuff.
Could be. And the date uploaded doesn't meet up with the date that the release was created either. So it must be the created task went off and then Bazaar built in the background and then the tarball was uploaded automatically.
Yeah, I suppose given how much rebuilds they need to do or building of things, they probably have a long queue, I imagine, of things. So it doesn't get built immediately. You're breaking up again, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm pushing the button.
Well, you're not breaking up anymore, so
Oh, I don't get it. Are you sure? Like, are you doing anything like CPU bound on your end?
Nope. I see it on Discord, dude.
Oh, you see it on Discord that it's actually popping up and down?
Yeah, when it's actually happening. Yeah.
Well then. I guess them's the breaks. I don't even know what I was saying now.
Sorry. I like how I make it very clear to use the new line, and it doesn't always use the new line. I wonder if it's considering a carriage return instead. Nope.
I'm shaking my head at how bad Launchpad is at its job.
Wasn't it something developed by Canonical in-house?
Yeah, and it's slow as balls.
Hmm.
one of these builds has an executable marked as a tarball. Actually, multiple of these files are marked as code release tarballs, and they are in fact executables. GG. Okay, now in theory, I should have all the information that I need for getting the links for the tarballs. So now I can actually create the release objects.
Actually, while I'm doing this, if someone wants to be amazing and go through the Help Center docs and convert the YAML headers to TOML, that would actually be awesome. So ping me in IRC in the live channel if you're interested, and then I'll post a link then. So should actually check if there's any PRs. Nope. Because it might not sound like the most interesting thing, but actually be really helpful. Saves me having to go through while I'm doing this. Hey, BXR. My god, this is so mind-numbing. I'm literally going through every single blog post and I'm checking the category section, and if there's multiple categories, I'm just adding commas where it's appropriate because it's an array. Because all this would be automated except for the fact that there's the multi-line support in VS Code is basically non-existent. And their selection is really retarded, so. I mean, I'm almost done. See, where can I see if MySQL MariaDB is/will be available on Solus? Well, I can tell you now, it isn't yet available on Solus. It's on Git. If you go to git.solus-project.com and just type MariaDB, it's not ready. I'm pretty sure it's not fully stateless either, so good luck. Because if it was fully stateless, it would be in the repo. So yeah. What you can do is nag key and just keep pestering him until he's so sick of the pestering that he actually does it. And if he bans you, don't worry, I'll unban you. And so you could keep pestering him. Holy shit, I think I got all of it. I think I did, maybe? Alright, time to strip out all those old ID things from WordPress. No, BX0, please do. Do nag him about it. Because we're not going to get on his ass about it, because we don't really care, no offense, but... So the community's got to be empowered enough to get on his ass about the MariaDB stuff. Because he said he'd handle it. I mean, granted, it hasn't been a priority to him because of, you know, the fact that he also does the budgie stuff and syncs the repo, and he was sick, and...
So Josh,
So what?
I can query Launchpad now.
Woohoo! Nice.
That was evil, and it's still really slow. But
At
I
least
don't
one
care.
of us is making progress.
Yeah, this is definitely motivation for me to just sit down and do this stuff. That's honestly, it's the hardest part. Man, the muscle memory is so strong. I keep typing make publish instead of git push.
Yeah, I have this tendency on on projects where it's a Git repo, and I know it's a Git repo. I have a tendency to do make pull, expecting it to actually.
Yeah, that too. I've half debated because I manage my own build chain to just add in the make rules
Yep,
to do
that's
it.
exactly what I'm planning on doing too. Yeah.
Just so that I don't have
Yep.
to on it all the time. I'm doing the
You're breaking up.
really,
Yep.
but I was holding the button down. I just can't win, can I?
No, you really can't. But then again, this isn't the winner stream now, is it? We're both losing in our own way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm making progress, but I'm having to fight with really awful things. Yep. So now what?
Fuck, I think I'm finally done with the conversion of the content blog stuff over to TOML.
Woohoo.
Now I need to do the main pages.
I feel like I should do Git support now. Or I could take a break and write some documentation.
Yeah, it's a way of decompressing.
I don't know. I do go to use.
Yeah, it's definitely your keyboard. I just saw it on Discord.
Really?
Yes.
Ah.
I wish it was. I really wish it was my system here, but it's not.
I'm gonna blame X input because there's no way that I'm having that much trouble holding that key down.
Well, you're not supposed to hold that key down. I know, that was really bad.
Yeah, that's okay. You didn't see the look I just threw you. I think Ike was using Git to go.
Get to go where?
For Git support in something. Probably Soul Build.
Probably, yeah. Given all the white package stuff. Let's see, on average, how long do you guys work on Souls each day? Is it 7 days a week mostly? Well, I'm unemployed, so yeah, it's like every day.
I typically give my entire Saturday to Solus. But like during the week, I'll still probably spend a couple of hours each day. And definitely when I have less going on, it's a lot more than that. Yeah, he is using Git to go.
Cool.
So I'll probably end up using that. I'm wondering if I should spend some time converting the command line documentation to like Cobra or some nonsense. Because I'm just using Git flag right now, or Go flag.
Right, it's time for converting the config over. Not much better. And the conversion begins. So how do they do menus for multilingual again?
I'm sad at how convoluted Cobra is.
Okay, I got most of this config so far converted. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand TOML. Just wondering if I could do this nesting better. Let's see, 93. Unknown token. Right now, I'm just dealing with the fallout of all the conversion from YAML to TOML. Because I think I have the config. I think the config is fine, but right now I'm dealing with the issues with all the content, like the markdown files.
Gotcha. I'm currently fighting with interfaces.
Yeah, those are a bitch. As I expected, that's completely broke. Okay, well, I have the site, for the most part, re-rendering again. Which is good. I need to fix...
Indeed.
Let's see. I don't think I need to specify the theme dir. Because I think by default it is themes. Because this current theme is nothing. Like it's not being set. Well, that worked. That's weird. BXO, are you talking about Bryan or myself? Because if you're talking about me, I'm not using Budgie, that's why. Because it is GNOME 3. Okay, so it's failing on the first menu item, which is Solus. Maybe do I18N identifier? No, and that's not being very helpful. My GNOME 3 doesn't have the power button on top right. How you got that? But you just said you're using Budgie, so are you using Budgie or using GNOME Shell? Because they're two different desktop environments. Because all I did was just install GNOME Shell, and well, I just followed our own documentation, which states to install GDM, GNOME Shell, and the GNOME Shell extensions, replace LightDM with GDM, and then reboot, and then log into GNOME Shell. Why the fuck is this failing? All right, I'm gonna order some food, so I will be right back.
Okay. For those watching my stream, I'm currently revamping all of the insanity that there is with the command structure of Cuppa. It just makes it easier to add new commands and to get it to print out pretty documentation. I could use somebody else's library for this, which is why I looked at Cobra, but it's a little bit convoluted. I kind of like this approach a little bit more. We'll see how it pans out. Okay, so now it's all in one place, so I should be able to manage it from there.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Now it's time to keep fighting with the footer menu stuff for whatever reason. Oh, and I see OBS as being a stupid fucking thing by glitching out all the time. My fucking god.
OBS is being OBS.
I really need to fix that shit. It's really annoying.
I think I accidentally just recreated Cobra.
How so?
It looks pretty. And I don't know. Like, so I created an interface for a command that has functions that are semi-similar.
Ah.
But it also ends up making things a lot cleaner, so I'm not necessarily not okay with this. I have to think about it a little bit. The code's still kind of messy, so I think I'm going to clean up a couple of things, and then that might put me in better spot.
My god, this is pissing me off. What key are you using for push to talk?
Just control, which is probably why I'm cutting in and out.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Sorry, yeah, because I'm probably cutting in and out all the time.
Yeah.
Because I'm using nanos every time I save the file or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the whole control 0, yeah. Or control O, not control 0. That's not exactly what I wanted, but it's progress at least. Oh, I see why it's doing that. I get the feeling how menus are dealt with in TOML is way different. And that's why I can't get this parsing stuff to work. Actually, it looks like it's only this bit. Okay, I was wrong. That's nice for a change. It's not loading press though. Okay. It fails on press, so. That's why. There we go. No. Yay, that's working. Okay, is it building multilingual? Footer is incomplete. Nah, that still doesn't work. Son of a bitch.
Well, it still works.
What, the site?
The code thingamahoozits.
Oh.
Because I just redid the entire command structure for Cuppa and it still seems to work okay.
Nice. Now the moment of truth is... Wow, I didn't. Okay. Well, that's good. And alt image is being used. Yep, so that means I didn't break that. So that's good. So at least through this conversion, I didn't break everything. Although I haven't checked the help center, so I almost guarantee that's broken. Unless I've gotten a PR to fix it.
I just had 3 files that have an override of 59% or higher. So, approaching rewrite status on the core functionality.
Nice. Well, no PRs for help center to fix the metadata stuff, so at least I tried. Guess I'll have to convert it.
I'd say all in all, this has been a pretty productive day for Cuppa.
Nice.
Especially because we've only been at this for 4.5 hours. How long do you want to go tonight?
As long as we can.
As long as we can.
That's not a challenge. I'm not saying 12 hours here.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of Sunday night. Just had a notification go off on my calendar and I was really confused. It's a reminder you have a thingamajig today, and it's like, no, that's not till tomorrow. Why? Oh, I put it in my calendar wrong.
Oh.
So I can probably go for about another 20 to 25 minutes.
Wait, what?
Well, how much longer did you think we were going to go?
Well, how long have we been going for?
4.5 hours.
Oh, come on, that's not much.
Yeah, but
where's your stamina nowadays? Come on now.
It has to be allocated to chores tonight.
I see how it is.
I lost half my day yesterday to a migraine. That was brutal.
Yeah, good point.
Yep.
Alright, let's sync up the help center stuff so that's not going to be broken as fuck. Well, at least you got something done.
I did. I added 2 providers. I've reworked the entire command structure to a point of sanity. It actually spits out help messages now.
Nice.
So I think what I might do is write a help command.
Oh, there we go. Now it's starting to yell at me for missing translations. That's more like it. So, Cyber, if you're still around, I'm going to be chucking a new YAML thing at you. Not yet, of course. I need to actually add these to the English one first. So I just realized this is all YAML, so I don't actually, what? Let's look at the data thing again. How's this supposed to be structured in? It's giving me no indication, like, does this have to be YAML? Is that how it does the parsing? It's like everything could be TOML, but this must be YAML. Well, I'll try. I'll add it to the English one. And if it stops bitching, then at least I know that it accepts YAML for the translation stuff, despite everything else being TOML. As if that couldn't get confusing enough. Okay, so it's no longer complaining about English, so this is actually where translations would go. Which is fucking fantastic. And it has to be YAML for I18N stuff, so Okay. So Cyber, I will go ahead and manually add these to the Serbian one. And then chuck that your way. What? Why is it suddenly doing this on the bottom now? What the fuck? Whatever. So infrastructure. Let's see. Yeah. That when I first started doing Hugo, well, actually, when I started doing Go as well, that's exactly how it was like 1,000,001 tabs of all the possible documentation I could have. I notice it's a Qt 4.8 though. You're not doing Qt 5? Or is there just some crossover in the documentation? Holy shit, this is actually starting to work for multilingual. Oh my god. I need to change how the header stuff is done, but damn.
Very nice.
Some progress after all. Oh my god.
My help command's not working.
Oh no. That's kind of an important one. Yeah, that page was linked from a Qt 5 doc. Ah.
It's returning 0 as the source code, but it's not printing anything. Wrong.
Oh my god. Changing some of these strings to start making this multilingual just makes me realize how sore of a state everything is when it comes to multilingual. And of course, the only page that actually works is the index because I have to make like language specific versions of these markdown files apparently. Categories, that's not a thing either. Hey Cyber, if you could just write in Serbian what categories is as well in IRC, that'd be cool. And I could just manually add it to the thing. And thank you for these translations. Hey! Progress. Thank you. There we go.
I don't get it.
Now how the fuck am I gonna do the footer stuff?
I hate to say this, but I think I just broke Go.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
At least now I'm breaking the English version. And for once that's good because it's complaining about missing translation. Because I'm actually adding in multilingual support in different places that obviously didn't have it before. Now I expect this to be a very long process to actually fully getting the website to be multilingual, but it's better than nothing right now.
Josh.
Yo.
I think it's about time for me to start heading for the bus stop.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for having this Hackfest, and maybe we should have one sooner rather than later.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely got plenty of things to work on.
Yep. We barely hit the tip of the iceberg too, so.
Yep.
Alright, well, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm going to continue cracking on. Not live, of course, but anyways. So, Bryan, when do you want to have the next Hackfest?
I haven't the foggiest.
Well, I'm just wondering if, like, the next weekend is going to work for you or not.
I don't actually know yet, unfortunately.
Okay. No problem. All right, well, thank you, everybody, and have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.